Court is now in session. Where are we? Ah, yes. Hello there, Viper Snake. Hey, hi, Viper Snake. All right. So, haha, oopsie doodle. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday. Awesome. I didn't know it was going to be that long. Really, I didn't. But I was like, okay, I just wanted to. I didn't want to feel like I just wanted to get it all over with, but it's like, no, I got hooked, line, and sinker. That case was awesome. I'm gonna recap that case yesterday, like right now, for those that, you know, I just feel like recapping it. So I finished episode three, case three, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. So this is what went down. 10 years prior to the events at the Great Exhibition, Enoch Drebber was a university student. He was a bright scientist with an equally bright future, even having won an award, saying as much, but he was poor, and to cover costs for research, he took to grave robbing in order to sell fresh corpses on the black market. The last night, he attended the cemetery, located just behind Barclay Prison, was different, however. A man later found to be the professor, an infamous serial killer, emerged from his grave, only to be shot. His blood splattered against the camera that Drebber carried on him. Drebber told his story to whomever would listen, and it became a popular tale among the gossip rags. One particular reporter by the name of Odie Asman had managed to learn Drebber's name and interviewed him for what he had seen that night. When the article was published, Drebber's name and occupation were included. This allowed famed waxwork creator Madame Tuspels to locate him in order to get the idea for the waxwork. She had already gotten the likeness of the professor prior to this point, having paid to have his corpse dug up. This article sealed Drebber's fate, as it included descriptions of Drebber's grave robbing schemes. He was forced to leave the university, his talents forever wasted on backwater scams. At the same time, Odie Asman had begun to blackmail coroner Courtney Stevens before she was known as Courtney Syph, as the reawakening of the professor forced her to use her cash under the guise of 500 scalpels. 10 years later, Professor Albert Harebrain sought funding for his hypothesis of super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, encountered Odie Asman. As he was supportive of this project, Asman recruited Drebber for the construction efforts, forging a contract that would keep the funding safe. At some point, Drebber realized that Asman was the same journalist as all those years ago, and began to modify the machine in order to take his life, safely thinking he could frame it on Harebrain, a master of deception and stage trickery. Drebber kidnaps the waxwork sculpture of the professor from Madame Tuspels to serve as a body double in order to make it look as if the experiment proceeded successfully. On the day of demonstration, the machine made a lot of smoke and noise, nearly exploded, and caused a panic. Enoch Drebber shot down a green balloon carrying the fake body using a crossbow, an event spotted by a young visiting prince. At the same time, the real Odie Asman plummeted below the experimentation stage. Courtney Sif came across the scene and, recognizing that he was alive, stabbed Asman to death as revenge for both his extortion of her as well as the story from 10 years prior. Harebrain's favorite screwdriver, Andrew, was planted to frame him as the culprit. So afterwards, Professor Harebrain, he was intending to celebrate his acquittal by sightseeing around London and exploring the Great Exhibition. But Baroque von Zieks puts a halt to those plans by presenting him with tickets back to Germany. It seems that the Reaper himself fears the curse that follows him and is now concerned for his friend's safety. After Harebrained says his goodbyes, Van Zieks asks to speak with Renoske. Although it's an odd request, Renoske feels no contempt from the persecutor, as he usually does, so he complies. Surprising revelations then came to light in the courtroom, hinting at more drama yet to come. Van Zieks walks over to the waxwork of the professor, and he unlocks its helmet to reveal the mass murderer's true identity. Suddenly, his assistant's memory comes back as he throws his cloak aside and unmasks himself as Kazuma Asogi. And Renosuke and Susato greet him tearfully and give Kazuma's sword back to him. Kazuma took a look at the waxwork and he sliced it with his sword. He said, "Father!" Like that was his father, apparently. Then he walks out of the courtroom. Then, after a final chat with Van Zieks, there was more backstory of Susato Mikotoba. She revealed that 10 years ago, she lived with her grandfather. When her father returned from London, Britain, he revealed that Kazuma has lost his father. Since Kazuma is determined to find out about his father 10 years later, he decides to practice in being a lawyer so he can go to England to find out about his death. Susato, on the other hand, has met Kazuma for the first time. During the time when women can't be lawyers, she decided to spend time growing up to be a judicial assistant, to be with Kazuma. With that revelation, will everyone be able to get over the past and move on? Or will the past be revealed through a mighty court process that will get everyone involved to uncover the truth once and for all? Especially, Iris's real dad. All the answers will eventually be revealed to me, probably. So that's cool. I'm actually looking forward. I'm definitely looking forward to what's going to transpire real soon. Now, before I get started, one moment, everybody. Where is it? Oh, there they are. There it is. I found my wonderful. And now, plug this sucker in, and yeah, this will be good. This will be great. All right. And now we shall get this started. I'm looking forward. This game. All right. Oh. All righty. Here we go. Everything's good. Everything's great. All right. Testing, testing. One, two, three. All right. We're good. We're great. Okay. All right. Great. Hey, Satani Chronicles. 101 hours. That's insane. Okay. Good. My settings, as they should be, they are safe. I mean, they're saved. They better be. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Okay. Now let me check my accolades real quick. The Damasking, the Top Rung, the Herlockian, Inspirational Roots. All right. Okay then. Now then, here goes. Okay, we're good, we're great, awesome. Okay, and now we start Twisted Karma and his last bow. It went full screen. Oh boy. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Hmm. Now it did this weird thing where it went to full screen. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, and Kazuma regaining his memory. Hang on, everybody. Window. There we go. Much better. I don't know why it does that. Okay, we're good. As it should be. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, and Kazuma regaining his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh wow. 1st November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh my god. Oh, father! Ah, there she. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived, safe and sound. Oh, wow. And that's, Judge Jikoku. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive on the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Sashiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. No! Ah. Oh, you're... Yep, it's the Japanese judge. And he has a name. He's Seshiro Jigoku. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your... Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha! Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Ha 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 ha! Oh no. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. No, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, ministerial status. Let's see. Ministerial. An adjective that generally refers to actions or duties relating to a government minister, a member of the clergy, or delegated executive authority. It describes roles, events, or decisions that serve as a means to an end. Ministerial status. Sorry, ministerial status. Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Ha 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 ha. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yeah. He's a lot more than just a judge. Ah, yes now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Lord Chief Justice. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Oh boy. Let's see. Let us talk about, or let's present first, or examine stuff. I want to examine. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Shucks. Look at that. It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at UMay University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? If that's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Nadahoro. Alright. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room. It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually drawing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Guess not. Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chanters who might be tempted. What the? Why did the porter give you such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, hang on. Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. It's kind of funny. Alright. I think I got all the flavor text. Pretty sure I did. Let us check the court record. People. Susato Mikotoba. Herlock Sholmes. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective, whose deductions never fail to surprise. Iris Wilson, an extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine, is the author of a popular series of short stories published in a prominent magazine. Mujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Miss Susato's father. Seishiro Jigoku, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and a judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. He's the man who acquitted me when I was once accused of murder. Yep, all that stuff. Let's check the armband. Is it the same description? Yeah. Right, same description. Alright, let us present Professor Mikotoba. I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturbed you in that way. But anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Perturb means feeling worried, troubled, or unsettled by a situation. Alright, let's talk. Converse. Your journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seshiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Ingratiate. Ingratiate. Uh, deliberately make an effort to gain someone's favor, approval, or good graces, often by flattering or trying to please them. Ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring that back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. Kazuma's father. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Oh, Genshin Asogi. Genshin. You knew, I presume, father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, no, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his double. I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. Hello, Chuckman. Nothing has happened yet. I'm talking with Seshiro Jigoku, the judge from Japan, and we also conversing with Yujin Mikotoba, Susato's dad. We're discussing about Kazuma's father, the professor, Genshin Asogi. Oh, and also, he's also the Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. Like, aside from being a judge for the Supreme Court in Japan, it's pretty cool. So he's a lot more than a judge. It's pretty cool. I don't know, but when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Lord Chief Justice. Kazuma's reappearance. Yeah, this is crazy. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. Yeah, that's insane. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. What on earth did the young man not... Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable, you're telling me. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. Lord Chief Justice. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Your time in Britain. That began 16 that began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. Yes, because I did a 12-hour stream. Oopsie doodle! So, YouTube, if I recall correctly, YouTube splits up anything you record in like over 12 hours, I think. So, and also, Streamlabs didn't drop on me. It wasn't my fault that I went for over 12 hours instead of freaking 9-hour gang, as you put it. The case had me in a stranglehold, and I was not going to be damned to separate that case for another 3 days. Or excuse me, for 3 days instead of 2. And I didn't know how long it was going to be. Because I'm only going by, parts without context. So it wasn't on purpose. Don't get me started on that, please. I get really self-conscious on it too. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asogi and myself. We were the original 3. The first Judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time. You know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, not more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor, Caden? His name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Oh man. That's messed up. Everything is messed up. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Kusano-san's gone off on a run. I like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no. I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Yeah. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've barely let her down. Oh, sorry, what do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but, well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that. Oh, it was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Cecilo offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what's happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Sad. I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing. Naruhodo, if I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Hello, Master Remastered. I am on case 4 right now. I went on for 12 hours yesterday. I wasn't planning on it. I didn't expect case 3 to be that freakishly long. But anyway, I enjoyed it. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Susato, now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. That dude looks familiar. I think he was from the last game, and he was on the jury stand. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, that's a cool picture. Renosuke looks so formal. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then, but we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Lord Chief Justice, as I like to mockingly call him. I'm Lord Chief Justice, blah blah blah. Anyway, I have examined everything here. I conversed with everyone here. I'm going to get out of here. A new location has been added. What a grand place. Father certainly seems to be enjoying relaxing in the luxurious atmosphere. One of the most luxurious hotels in London, where Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku have rooms for the duration of their stay. It's more grand than anything I've seen before. Alright, now, second order of business, achievement hunting. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. I know it's only an old attic room, but I find this place more relaxing than anywhere else. Alright, we gotta look at the shovel. 1st November, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. And achievement get. The spade is still here. Look. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade. As I think you well know, it's a shovel. It didn't take too long to reignite that old argument. Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name, like Professor Hairbrain named his tools. Oh, I never thought of doing that. From now on, then, let's call it Renosuke. No, 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 it's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Ace of Spades! The Ace of Spades! The Ace of Spades! That's cool. It is the Ace of Spades. I remember that scene from X-Men in near the end of the season 1. Gambit tosses a kinetic card with the Ace of Spades. The Sentinels identify it. It appears to be the Ace of Spades. And it blows up on them. That was fun. Alright, that's cool. Alright, let's get more flavor text. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan. I know you're not particularly fond of bitter taste, are you? So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you. She does often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. But the anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway. It's very difficult for you, isn't it? Yes. That Daruma doll is still winking at me. Look. I wonder when he'll finally get his other eye filled in. Yes, I wonder. Well, you should know, Susato-san. I entrusted the task to you. The truth is, I have already decided when that will be. What? Really? When? That's my little secret. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again, and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Honestly, nothing. The steam is rising gently from the kettle, as always. Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow, unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready. Oh. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know. Tears of joy, Miss Susato, from my mouth. That's weird. It's a lovely photograph we took together when I had to leave London, though it was a sad day. But I happily have the same photograph on display in my room at home, you know. Now that we're all back together again, it would be nice to take a new photograph. Oh yes, that would be wonderful. Yay. All the sea life seemed very content in there, I must say. I've noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breathe at a most extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. Oh, how splendid. That really is a mystery, isn't it? I wish there was someone here to explain to Sato-san's strange reaction to that. Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I don't suppose I'd be permitted to see inside now that you're back, though, would I? You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside. Yes, I heard you two giggling together there again last night. You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he mixed up. My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and a calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Susato, and typically not you at the same time. Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West, the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. Yeah, that's true. Alright. Let us... I stayed up late to mend that for you the other day, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. You did a really seamless job. You're very welcome. It's all in the day's work for your judicial assistant. The only thing is, I accidentally dropped it into the Thames yesterday, and now it rather smells. How? Then take better care of it, please. Oh my god. It was all going so well until I ruined it. Renosuke, even Mr. Phoenix Wright, takes better care of his badge centuries later than you, and Apollo Justice, and Athena Sykes. What to do? It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Joku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Susato-san's father came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. You and your feelings, Renosuke. You and your feelings. Alright. Let us go to Lord Chief Justice. Blah, blah, blah. I'm Lord Chief Justice. I'm so important. I'm so big and strong, and I tell time. And I have an evil pose. I look evil. Lord Chief Justice. Blah blah blah. Okay. The office of Lord Chief Justice, Strongheart, in Britain's great capital city, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echoey tick of the vast cogwheels lend it an air of authority. Oh snap! It's Count Dracula over there. 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Chief Justice. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Von Zieg's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? Yeah. This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come in here. How about no? Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now. No. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh no, not at all. I mean, I never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Lies. If you're sure, the beads of sweet carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Uh, he gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Your right hand comes off. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. What? Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Great. I mean, we just met him again, and now he's missing? Like, come on now. Also, hang on. Um, Let me check something real quick. Okay, we're still going. I just had to double check. All right, it's been an hour. I was just checking my uptime to make sure everything was okay. All right. All right. Okay. Let us examine. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo, with such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh, well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have to so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Alright, that was the same text from yesterday. Is it the same text here? You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Let's see. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these? Thinking back about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not sure he could afford to have a kind heart if he had to keep Lord Von Zeeks in line, could you? These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Are they a bit too human? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep two cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off at a bit of a tangent, don't you? Alright, that was the exact same text from yesterday as well. Oh well. Alright, nothing else in here. Alright, let's present our band. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice, so I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Alright. Lord Chief Justice. Meh meh meh. The Lord Chief Justice who wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. Baroque von Zeeks, a prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. Let us converse. The Forensic Science Symposium. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the great exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital, Tokyo, is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential, which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. The forensic investigation team. I first established a forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally, to start with. With Dr. Saif at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. Accruing, the act of accumulating or adding something periodically over a period of time. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Hmm. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. The missing apprentice. About Lord Von Zeke's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Von Zeke's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stole away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeeks. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeeks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeeks. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh, I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean, Ganshin Asogi. Kazuma's father's crimes, oh boy. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders and unprecedented. Using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon, that's awful. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it, to the idea of the Reaper of the Belly. Boy, alright. Okay, let us. We shall. All right. Um, guess we'll get out of here. We're done with Lord Chief Justice. I always feel so nervous here. I should love to ask if I can borrow some books, but I just can't. Let's go back to Sholmes' suite, the home and office of the world. Yeah, yeah. I believe Iris has tea waiting for us, Mr. Naruhodo. Yay. First November, Sholmes' suite. Wee, wee. What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't do it anymore. What in the world? Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp, and I don't like it. Oh, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. Oi, oi, but you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next deadly heist. Oi, I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Hi then, Guinea. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. Thanks, you great detective. What in the world? Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. What? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order. Don't you, my dear fellows? Why is your hair red? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb of such like on my face? Uh, not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Hang on. Before I do anything, I'm going to screen capture this for prosperity. Ginger, red-haired, Herlock Sholmes. Like, what? That's too good. Alright. Alright then. That is hilarious. Um, hang on. Let's see. All right, let me examine stuff before I talk to him. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu, putting your legs. What a. Same text before. Okay. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped so high. I can't help feeling that the whole lot of it is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholm's brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Okay. This is Mr. Sholm's famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. Stradiva? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragavar. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Alright. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Antiletoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, that's right. Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office will be tidy at least last. Don't even joke about it, Mr. Sato. You're joking, aren't you? Yeah, okay, same. Same text. Let's check on Iris. Okay, she's not here. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples to the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Hello, Fabio. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday. Oopsie doodle. I didn't underestimate how long that I was going. I was only gauging to see like so the only thing I like look up is like how many um parts are there going to be in a case? And that's how I usually like to gauge in separating, the streams. I did not know that the second half was going to be freakishly long. So for context, Fabio, uh so case 3, um I could tell you. So case 3 had one part of investigation, two parts of trial, a second part of the investigation, and a third and fourth part of a trial. 2 days ago, I you know, I did investigation part 1, and then I had to stop in the middle of near the end of the first trial because I wanted to end it a little bit quote unquote early because I wanted to catch up with the watch group. with to watch the latest episode of X-Men 97. And then yesterday, I continued off of, in the middle of Trial Part 1, and then I went into Part 2. And then, yeah, I went to Investigation Part 2 and Trial Part 3 and 4. I ended up doing a freakishly 12 plus hour stream. It was still 12 hours. It was 12 hours and something minutes. So, yeah. And from what I see in this case, there's one part investigation, two parts of trial, and apparently it ends on a second day of investigation. Interesting. So what I'm going to be doing is I want to get done with the first part in the investigation, and I want to end it on the first part of the trial. That's all the context I have. Oh no, not at all. But the thing is, I always like to. I was just gonna say, I wanted to leave it at like a good stopping point, like from 2 days ago. But eh. I think next week I might take a day off for Wednesday. I plan on finishing this game on Tuesday. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now I made Susato-san angry as well. Same text, okay. Same flavor text. Let's see. Let me guess. Medicines, potions, chemicals, yep. Charming little ribbons. But the tables aren't so charming, are they? This one here reads deadly poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris for her experience, Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. Alright. Iris's pretty little tea set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this world, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think the last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Okay, same text. Oh yeah, Fabio. Another thing, there's this game that I can't get out of my head, and I feel the need to play it real soon. And it is a game that you've also played on the Super NES, and I want to stream it for myself. I'm really close to wanting to play Soul Blazer soon. I don't know why. I'm just feeling compelled to play Soul Blazer real soon. Yes, it is indeed a solid plan to break things up. Alright. Here goes. Don't mind Herlock Sholmes. He said, screw the rules. My hair is red today. Yes. And then I still might look into playing that one fan-made Soul Blazer that I have stashed away. It's supposed to be like a prequel or something. I forgot what it was called. Oh yeah, Soul Blazer Dark Genesis. I look forward to diddle-daddling with that soon, eventually. Oh, okay, so minimizing the game. also lowers the oh, it makes the music go silent. Okay. All right, here goes. Let us examine. Hey, there's a mask on the table. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no, I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. Ah, okay. Let us examine that mask. The mask Zuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Von Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Yeah. I don't know why he's alive. I mean, it's cool that he's alive. I'm glad he's not alive because he was one of my favorite characters. Can't believe he faked his death. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's an it's an advertisement column. It says to the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League. What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. But dude, oh my God, Fabio. In the deepest, darkest recesses back of my mind, I did want to eventually um play Donkey Kong Country 2 as well. Because I already did the first one long ago, and I definitely do need to play that as well real soon. And you best damn well know that I want to do a 102 per 100 and 102% run, I think. Yeah, 102%. That's the you gotta beat every level, find all the bonus areas, complete them, of course, get all the Creme coins, all the DK coins, visit the Kong family. That also counts. You have to talk to every Kong family at least once. Cranky, Wrinkly, Swanky, and Funky. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that added to the percentage. Interesting. But yes, I just need to get in a good mindset. I need a good, like, I have to feel that game. Oh, yeah, no worries, Fabio. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can do that right now. Hold up. Dark Genesis. Here it is. Itch.io. Yeah, it's on itch.io. I'm gonna DM it to you ASAP right now, good sir. Let me see. Hang on. And hold on. Let me go up real quick. Boom. I have sent you the download, good sir. Boom. It is done. Oh yeah. Nah, it's fine. Better I left. It's better that way. Haha. Anyway, and it took like less than a few seconds. It's no biggie. I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but yeah, I definitely. It's like I know not off firsthand, but of course, if I look at the game, obviously, if I play the game, I'll get a feel. I'll know where most of the secrets are, especially if you use Dixie. You have a good chance of finding everything with Dixie because there's going to be a lot of secrets out of the way, and you do most likely probably need Dixie. You gotta ponytail whirl your way to them barrels. I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but ah, there's something on my face. Clearly, this has something to do with that lively hair. The Red-Headed League article has been entered into the court record. Red-Headed League article, an advertisement for the newspaper that's entitled To the Red-Headed League. It seems somewhat suspicious in nature. Okay, so we got a new piece of evidence. Red-Headed League article. Let's take a look at it. What? To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there is another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 are eligible. Apply in person on the morning the 31st at the large park on Lime Street, St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Get £4 per week if you are a redhead. What? Gingers need only apply. Redheads need only apply. All right. Okay. Let us talk to Sholmes here. Your two visitors. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. What? Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you, all manner of infractions? Yeah, need that helicopter. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked. you should have asked Rexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. Aww. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Yeah, he was gonna let you have it. So those redheads have been up to no good? I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem? What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Um, well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was new, proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, it is not obvious, my dear madame. The problem of rent. Ah, but did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Taspels only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum. Or one pot of herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later. And all of it had quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end, it's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Yes, he's normally not red. Here, I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. We have it. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. We already have it. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That case aboard the SS Berdia in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? Yeah, the fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh my god. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why did it why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh, I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Now let us present our armband first. Mr. Sholmes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. If I say that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with particularly long neck, were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction. Of course. Deduction. Alright. Let's see. We will show him the Red-Headed League article. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. Ha 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 ha. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. In the first instance, a quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Alright. The Red-Headed League. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my applications once. What? So will I. Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. So is anyone going to dye their hair red? The trouble is they have a fixed number of members, you see, of course. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. What? It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? Hang on. I'm going to screen cap this as well. That pose. It's too good. No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Your blunder. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. What? I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. What? Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turned one's hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Ha ha ha! Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course, to earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little the danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair for the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's Orange Battle. I queued for 8 hours before at last I reached the front. Colloquial abbreviation for a costermonger, an itinerant street vendor who sells fresh food, vegetables, other goods with handcart basket or temporary stall. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviews of the but when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Dr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair in to the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack. What? Hey, you're juror number 2 from yesterday. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband. He's run away. You're juror number 2. We get to know your name, finally. Too upsets me. I beg your pardon. Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Netherhodel? I didn't say a word. My dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yeah, she was juror number 2. Yes, now you come to mention it. Evie? 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 Evie Vigil? Evie, okay. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Evie Vigil. Oh, we got Gina's profile. A mostly reformed pickpocket who's now a self-appointed detective inspector. She's really making wave in her new apprenticeship. Evie Vigil, a client who has engaged the services of Mr. Sholmes. She has asked the great detective to help track down her missing husband. A vigil is a period of purposeful wakefulness, attentive watching, or devotional observance. Interesting. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figures. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. I mean, she's offering money, bro. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I mean, I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. Bro, she offered. Take it. Don't make it complicated. If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be? Oh, me? What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence. You understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Hey, why did I ever get my hopes up? Oh my god, we get to talk to her now. Like she's more than jury. She's more than juror number two. She's a character. Just like how we met other characters, and we even met them as that they were the jury. That's cool. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't want to examine. Okay, so Evie Vigil, huh? Let us let's present first. Miss Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this? Oh my dear, oh my poor Daly, where have you gone? What's become of you? Mrs. Yeah, that's right. Mrs. Mrs. Vigil. Oh my poor Daly, where have you gone? What's become of you? Oh, I did remember that name yesterday. Daly. So Daly's the name of her husband. Oh, my poor Daly, where have you gone? What's become of you? I'm afraid she's too worried about her husband to pay any attention, Mr. Naruhodo. Either that, or she just doesn't want to be bothered with me. Alright, let us talk to her. Converse. Mrs. Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps. Hold on. Let's see. Oh my! Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Yes. Ah, I knew I recognized her. Yeah, she's juror number 2. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shiver down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing more. Frippery? The hell is frippery? Showy, frivolous, or non-essential ornamentation. Often used to describe unnecessary decorations, foolish, elegance, or cheap, gaudy finery that lacks genuine substance. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Yeah, I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Mr. Vigil, tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Oh, hmm, an entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh, your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty. He rather dotes on me, which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Prison warder. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Past, past, past tense, past participate in the verb remunerate. It means to pay someone for work, services, or expenses. Okay. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Oh, yes. I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Uh-oh. Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. God dang it. That prison? Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. Oh no. No! Yes, it's all connected. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. Yep, that's unbelievable. What a coincidence. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madame. Pay no heed, a private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Your husband's disappearance. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let's be assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you'd care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Yeah. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report. I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. The photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record. Photograph Mr. Vigil. A photographic print received from Mrs. Vigil in order to aid with locating her missing husband. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. I wonder if he has red hair. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the dome. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. I also hope he's not going to be dead. That's what I'm thinking, but we'll see. I think it is every time. I think it's every time, Harry. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Nonsense. Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. I mean, that's nice. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that? Yeah. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Oh man. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated, the professor. And now a warder for the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needed to ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. So wear your hat. But didn't she go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Of course you are. Yes, of course he is. So let's check out the photograph. So it's a sepia photo. But man, I'm gonna guess he's gonna have red hair. And I hope he's not gonna be found dead. Because that's gonna be tragic. Okay, we will now move to. Oh boy, here goes. We're going to the prison governor's office. The home and office of the world famous great detective, his young companion, Iris. It seems people from all over the globe come to engage his consulting detective services. The office of the governor of Barclay Prison, which stands behind Lowgate Cemetery. Oh boy! What can possibly go wrong? Everything. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. What in the world? The first thing I'm going to notice is that freaking clock. Look at that clock. It's a freaking guillotine. No. No, wait. It's not. Wait. Okay. Okay. I know it wasn't crazy. It's a freaking clock with a guillotine. What? And here we. Oh, look at that. There's a shotgun, an axe. There's a bird over there. 1st November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Whoa. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can remember the last time a civilian was Dune here. Dune? What is Dune? Dune is primarily a phonetic spelling of the Scottish Geordie word for down, meaning a movement to a lower place. Additionally, it can refer to a small hill, a river in southwest Scotland, or a rare baby name. Oh, that's cute. Kane? Kenna. Oh. In Scottish and Northern English slang, canna is a contraction for cannot. It can also refer to, okay, canna. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was doing here. And you did not want to wait, talk to an inmate, but to me, dinner. Do not or don't in, oh, it's Scottish. Oh, okay, this dude's Scottish. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Whoa. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Hmm? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Renosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. Caden. Okay, yeah. Okay, Caden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Renosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did she say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of any your ki- well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about. I didn't like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious looking Easterners. Oh, beesh. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Oh no. That surely means, I think, it's because of the Professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind this prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Your agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just get going with ya before I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden, what are you thinking, Mr. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned it might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Uh, oh boy. So let's see. All right. So let's try talking to him, I guess. Converse. I said get out. Okay. That's so much for that. I said get out. Oh my god, we can't do nothing. Okay, fine. We're getting the hell out of here. Screw you, dude. Governor Caden, could I at least show you this? Oh, he has his back to us. How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? Alright, he's not having it. Right. One more. Alright. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We just got here. I don't believe Governor Caden will speak to us at the moment. You don't say. The office of the Governor of Barclay Prison, which stands behind Lowgate Cemetery. It's the workplace of Governor Caden, who has some unsettling items on display. Let me go to my court record. People. Oh, never mind. He has black hair. Thank you, court record. He doesn't have red hair. A man who's disappeared without a word to his family. He was the former chief warder of Barclay Prison. Barry Caden, the governor of Barclay Prison. It seems he was good friends with Professor Mikotoba during the Japanese man's time in Britain as a visiting student. Okay. That basically tells us we need to go back. Where's what's his face? We're gonna move to the where is it? The Great Waterloo Hotel. Indeed, one of the most luxurious hotels in London where Professor Mikotoba, Judge Jijoku have rooms for the duration of their stay. It's more grand than anything I've seen before. Oh, cool, there he is. Just chilling over there with his newspaper. Alright. Hey, yo, Eugen. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Yeah, Mikotoba. Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Oh. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you've known the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee. Long upholstered bench, or a smaller, more formal type of sofa. Oh, that's what it is. Settee. Settee. Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, Sasani, I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you, Naruhodo, are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. Huh? What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. The letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. Letter of introduction. A note of introduction on our behalf from Professor Mikotoba to Governor Caden. Hopefully now he'll be willing to talk to us. Yay. Good luck, then. Professor Mikotomo is obviously trying to relax on that settee there. Father has only just arrived after a long voyage from home, and tomorrow he will speak at an important symposium that will garner the attention of the whole world. He needs a little peace and quiet now. I was just about to think that. Pardon? It's one thing reading my thoughts, but at least let me have them first. Oh dear, perhaps my brain works too quickly. Or you're just jumping to conclusions. Professor Mikotomo has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure what that would help. What a nice young man. Blackbird Line? What the heck? Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Cruise, First Class Cabin 001. Yokohama departure, 11 September. London arrival, 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Bernia. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Oh, wow! It got updated! The details of the letter of introduction has been updated. A note of introduction on our behalf from Professor Mikotoba to Governor Kaden. It's written on the back of a ticket for passage on a steamship. Cool. Again, it's so satisfying. Hang on, I'm curious. What happens if I show her the ticket? This is the letter of introduction your father gave us. Yes, he's clearly well respected if he's able to give out letters like that. Definitely. Professor Mikotoba is obviously held in high regard outside Japan as well, as in. I'm so proud of everything he's accomplished. A letter of introduction for me would only hold good. Will only hold good with Mr. Natsume, I expect. And Iris, maybe. About this, Mr. Sato, do you notice anything unusual about it, perhaps? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'll redouble my efforts and spend more time doing research so that next time I won't let you down. I think perhaps you're taking your role as judicial assistant a little too far. Oh, that's cute. The Red-Headed League. It's not something we could even ever aspire to, is it? But I'm determined to try it. Your hair is completely black though. Beautiful, but black. Perhaps you know that in our homeland, this color of hair has traditionally been described as green-black. That sounds a lot like a contradiction if you ask me. So some people clearly see it as green in Japan, even though it's black. In which case, I'm full of hope something similar may happen here in Britain. That level of optimism is something I should learn a lesson from. Okay. Green-black, huh? Alright. So now... we can go back to, whatchamacallit. To... I wonder if Governor Kaden will speak with us now. He will. Hello. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaden. What's this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Miko Toba? That? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Miko Toba? Yes, exactly. Him. Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Miko Toba's daughter, Susato. Jinx! You're the young man's daughter? What is a mild exclamation of surprise or amazement, similar to saying, oh my goodness, or wow. Okay, I'm learning new Scottish words. And why didn't you think to mention that before? I I do apologize. Oi, yay. You'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try not one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Oh my god, they're cute little biscuits in the shape of handcuffs. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. Oh. So then, what could I do for you, Hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison gardener, being the prison governor. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Eh? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's get the part about him not let's get the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Really that means something to him. Oh no. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Oi, aye, of course. Alright. And now let's see. Here goes. Uh okay, let me save. And let me examine stuff. This freaking guillotine clock is too good. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, a fool you ask, it can chop. Heads off, you mean? Have us know, carrots and parsnips, and so forth. Oh my. Oh, it's a vegetable. Oh, sweet, nutty, cream-colored root vegetables related to carrots and parsley. Interesting. Havas no. Scottish slave, to talk nonsense, babble, or ramble on about something foolish. Have as though, carrots and parsnips and so forth. Oh, if you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morning, by evening, it'll have been cut clean in two. Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Wow. I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me. Ah, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not, although it is taken into a consideration. A lot. Oh man. Alright. Let's see. Let's look at the parrot, or the bird. I never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Did they kill me? Ah! Oh my god. Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Oh no, he was one of 3 siblings, you see. What? And he calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Exclamation to express a wide range of emotions like surprise, regret, annoyance, or dismissal. Oh, well, or ugh. Scots Gaelic. Oh, okay, that's what ook means. Right. Let me out! Did I kill me? So his brothers' names are Let Me Out and Don't Kill Me? Aye, aye. I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Did they do it? Oh my god. Let's look at these weapons. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Oi, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden wasn't best pleased. Mrs. Caden wasn't best pleased. Ha. And the corpses on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a Bobby. Oh wow. Deep lore. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Why do I... Oh my god, I just realized. Is this... This is gonna be a bad comparison. I'm just looking at his character design and this visage of this area, and the taxidermy, and the stuff on the walls. Is this supposed to be Scottish Chief Mike Irons from Resident Evil 2? Oh my god, no. I hope he's nothing like Irons. Because that dude is awful. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register. Look. And all the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclays inmates. Whether or not, whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. That deer has been staring at me for a while now. It has. The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now, either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It stopped. What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was nothing. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. No, I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh man, like the cat, the snake going through the vent. No, it was the cat. The speckled band. Alright. Okay, I think we got all the flavor text here. Yay. I love flavor text. No, and I just do. Let me see. What's that there then? It's actually the sign of a Japanese defense lawyer. Well, if you have to wear something like that to prove who ye are, perhaps I should wear these handcuffs, eh? I mean, I think maybe they're more of a sign of the people you catch than you yourself. Oi, that's true. You've got me there, then. They're not actually a sign of anything, are they? Alright. Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Oh, wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Yes. Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh? No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. No, please. Alright, he wouldn't know nothing about that yet. Well, how about that? A friend of Mikotoba turning up after all these years. And his wee Ben, even. Bane? Child, baby, young person. Scots and Northern English. Okay. Wee Ben. My father speaks highly of you, sir. Do you kin? I could see the resemblance now. Oh, especially around your eyes. You look dead like him. What an interesting observation. Not the delighted reaction from Susato-san that he might have been expecting. Alright, let's converse with him finally. Chief Warder Vigil. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago. He stopped working here 10 years ago. Oi, as I mind it, do you can, do you can? I have nae heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Oh no. Governor Caden, can you tell us what's happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. 10 years ago. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't have to leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. What? You mean he was dismissed? Oh man. It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Oi, that's a word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee the executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid. I wouldn't. Could you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Hen? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Professor Mikotoba. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you can? Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Yeah, palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinner's. It's still in use today. St. Sinner's, that's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotoba and I have used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Oi, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Ugh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fella, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Damn you, Genshin Asogi. Well, I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment of for your away hen. Oh, I'm sure I have it here somewhere. He's got an axe on the side. What the heck? Ah, found it. Here, take it as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? It's no trouble at all. It's no the original, mine. Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered into court record. Dismissal notice. The harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Barclay Prison. Oh man. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Notice of dismissal, 25th June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convicts, redacted, just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prisoner Governor Barry Caden. I'm guessing redacted was Genshin Asogi, the professor. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Wow. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Will return. Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. I mean, okay. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes of what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Dang. Alright then. Here we go. Let's us move. Oh, hang on. Can we check stuff when he's not here? Ah, look, we have an opportunity here now, while the governor is away. Mr. Naruhodo, you should be in prison if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not, then. Oh. Okay, that's the only flavor text, because we already... Yeah, makes sense. Okay. That was for funsies. The decorations here in the governor's face, they're as terrifying as each other. I agree. I wonder if Mr. Sholmes is still at home. He probably is. First November, the Sholmes Suite. We're back. Hello, you two. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Scones are awesome. Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Greetings, my dear fellows. Oh no. Why is your hair blue? I'm going to screen cap this. This is too funny. Yes, blue dabba dee doo. Hello there, Suki. Oh my god, this is too funny. All right. Greetings, my dear fellows. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. I gotta get this again. This is just too funny. All these different hairstyles, colors. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my god. Hang on. I gotta capture that too. For prosperity. I like to look back on my photos. Oh my. Pray, tell me, what of our water friend? Have you gathered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that. Shorms! Uh-oh. Drop everything, Shorms. This is more important. Gina? Oh no. I can't Adam and Eve it. No. What's wrong, Gina? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Hang on. I gotta capture this again. Alright. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is he's he's dead. No. No. What? N- They they just found his body shot with a pistol. What? But but Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Grexy. No. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Oh my god, no. I think this would be a bad time to present. Gina, I wanted to show you this. No, what am I thinking? This is hardly the time, is it? Yes. Okay. Oh my god. I. This is. Whoa. The inspector's death. No, man! Like, he was so. Man, I love this gimmick with the fish and chips and calling people sunshine and whatnot. And. Oh man, and then his time with the Skulkin brothers. Ah man, the inspector's death. Hang on. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was. He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. No one near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Guinea. The culprit, who is it? So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. No. 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 There could only be one person with that title. Or two. No, wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? Damn it. That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No. Lord Van Zieks? Lord Van Zieks. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? That's Baruch Van Zieks the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they all say it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. No. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Straight. That this really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all. As soon as you can. You've gotta help. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes, what use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Yeah, I mean, I was. Oh man. Until later then. Ah, before you go, one last recap. Man, this is insane. Freaking Gregson's dead, and Van Zeeks apparently shot him, but not really. We don't know. Dang. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a hansom. It's waiting outside. Okay, the carriage. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes. Ah, no, I hope that doesn't even happen in the foreseeable future if such a thing happened. Please don't kill Gumshoe. God, no. Oh my God. That's so heartbreaking because you would think, well, not think. I would have had some solace in knowing that, like, hey, Gregson's a side character, and he wasn't gonna die. No. No, I know. Yeah, Gumshoe and Edgeworth are on way more friendly terms, yeah. But man. Alright. I gotta pull myself together. A new location has been added. Oh, wherever we go, the great detective's living room is always full of enigmatic marvels. So there's that acting as a shield, yeah. Oh my God. Well, let's go to the prison. The prison cell where the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks, is being held. It's quiet and the light from the candle is dim, but there's little chance of sleeping. So, let's see. So from my memory, this isn't the first time like a prosecutor is in hot water. I mean, you had to defend Edgeworth. Franziska, she got shot in the shoulder. She didn't really get to do much. Um, Godot, well, you didn't have to defend him, but he was heavily involved in the final case. Clavier, well, he had his thing with his brother. Black Quill, yeah, you had to defend Black Quill. He was on the stand. And then Mr. Sad Monk, sorry, I didn't mean to throw shade at Nayuta Sanmari. Again, I do like him as a character, just not much of as a prosecutor. Anyway, Lord Von Zeeks has been arrested. What on earth is happening? Oh, there he is, just chilling on the side with his leg crossed up. 1st November, local prison, cell 1. That said, if that scenario became a possibility, count on Edgeworth wanting the shooter on a trial where he prosecutes. Yeah, if that were to be such a thing, or in somebody's fan fiction, there he is, Lord Von Zeeks behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Von Zeeks. Oh, man, Count Dracula's in prison, everybody. Just turn to mist. Go through the mist can pass. If you're really Count Dracula. Well, you're not. The Reaper. Fancy meeting you here. Hi. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I could as very well not come. We heard what happened. That you, that Inspector Gregson was. Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, at the very least. We owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details of a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Von Zeeks never minces his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Uh, with his theme playing in the background. Nice touch. Okay. So, all right. Hey, dude. How's it going? Show him stuff? I think you know what this is worn by people in my country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you? And I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing at lawyercraft initially. But it would seem your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all. Lord Von Zeeks, do you mean? Let's hope you wake up soon. Yes, I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there. Sick burn. It's not for me. Ah, that's not why I was showing you it. I suppose. If it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could no more be described as a black as it could red. Red-haired Zeeks. What colored league should I then join? People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times. Okay. What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Alright, I get the message, but I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Alright, yeah, he wouldn't know about these. That was funny though. Okay, let's talk to Count Dracula behind bars, Baroque von Zeeks. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord von Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. Uh, a murdered Scotland Yard inspector, he was a stern and single-minded in his approach, and a great lover of fish and chips. He's eating them in heaven, I'm sure. The truth is, I don't know what's happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously, you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what's happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh, after all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Your defense. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Ha. Oh, come on, dude. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Barely. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? Come on, dude. Professor Harebrain's letter. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. Oh, it's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Oh, because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. Oh, well, that's good. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence. That's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. Oh, I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me? Do you? Yes, I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Damn. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please, I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Yeah, alright. Well, alright then. Let us go. Hang on, everybody. Okay, we're good. I fear we're not in a position to talk yet. Shall we visit somewhere else first? Fresno Street Room. The scene of the crime. A hidden room accessed from a small alley off Fresno Street in a quiet part of London. This is where Inspector Gregson was killed. We must investigate at once. Man. 1st November, room on Fresno Street. No. This really is an out of the way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceilings checked. And don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Dang. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Eh, Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Eh, oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking in that of isn't, then just scorpered. Oh, he's finished investigating it already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated it too? Listen, Otto, you're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. Oh, man. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Oh, man. Chucks. All right. So, all right. Where to begin? This armband is proof in Japan at least that I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto. I would call you Defender Nara Otto if you like, but if you don't really chip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Gina's doing like how it's pretty much. Gina's doing how you'd pretty much think Edgeworth would do. Full business mode, yeah. And man, and then she had that relationship with Gregson. You know, she up and comer, protege, student teacher thing. Oh, that business? Yup, Inspector Lestrade here. Soon add that one buttoned up. I thought it was Mr. Sholmes who led that pair into a trap, wasn't it? Listen, Otto. It ain't easy going from East End diving to Scotland Yard detective, right? But anyway, it's all part of the charm, ain't it? Being a bit loose with the truth when it helps. That's wrong for so many reasons. Maybe I should get Irish to write stories about me. The Adventures of Inspector Lestrade. Oh, Gina, what do you make of this? What is that evidence? Worked something out about what happened, have ya? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person who what did this to the boss. Alright. She wouldn't know about these flavor Texas. I mean, these. Alright. Let's talk to Gina real quick, and then we'll get to investigating. Inspector Gregson. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend in the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yup, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else in the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say it, Solj. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, boss said that's exactly why he's expecting the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. he said something else to me and all that I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right, the crime scene. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow named that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads in the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little air, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Sato. Well, could it be that this huge boon, is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. We will soon. The incident. I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what in did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun uses there in the front, it's the Reapers in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some big wig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A big wig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard this gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting the grinning. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for grinning and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Alright, let's get investigating. Let's check the fireplace. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, isn't it? If it's thick with dust, look, I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Alright, let's check. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah, what's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly. Huh? Oh, why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? That's, Evie Vigil. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah, it's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? Hmm. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. The frame photograph has been entered into the court record. Frame photograph, a photographic print of smiling Mrs. Vigil in her younger years. It was found on the desk at the scene of the crime. Okay, now let's investigate it. Okay, not to investigate, except, okay, she looks pretty. Hello there, Gargoyle. Let me, shout you out. I saw you playing some form of DuckTales last night. I think it was the remaster. I should get around to playing that eventually myself. I did play the NES one years ago as well. It's always a good time, but you know it's not a good time? When the moon theme gets muted and other music. Anyway, ah well. Let us check this evidence. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sorts of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Okay. Let's examine the guard. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's upset. When he's so upset. All right. Mm, excuse me. Smog monster? Canada wildfires are making air quality hard to breathe. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, Rico Vaz had mentioned that to me yesterday. Oh man, that's most unfortunate, Chuck. Um, do whatever it is you gotta do to get some form of, you know, some form of air or oxygen. Oh no. Okay, I didn't spill a drop. All right. So, man, Chuck, it's terrible. Um, hang on. Inspector Gregson got shot, and Barak Barak Bonziks is being accused of shooting him. It's terrible. He will never have fish and chips again, except he's probably gonna be eating a bunch of them in heaven, hopefully. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Oh no. They are all so upset because their man, their boy, poor Gregson. Right, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. SNK versus Capcom? Cool. It wouldn't happen to be on sale, would it? I don't know. I felt like I wanted to give that game another try again. I know I can easily play it on Fightcade, but I don't know. It's just so hard to like, I don't know, to get into a character that I would enjoy. Like I know a few characters that I would definitely like, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like that game is such a contradiction to me. But at the same time, no, I'm just being silly. It's just, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to play that game after playing Capcom versus SNK 2. I don't know. $10? I may or may not consider that. Dang, that doesn't sound too bad. We could probably mess around with it. And last I checked, it also has rollback too, of all things. Again, I mean, it's good. Maybe, like, I don't know. I've always heard word of mouth. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's a wax splattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh, now that's wax in the wall looks like blood to me. The candelabrum, the candelabrum has been entered into the court record. Candelabrum, a candelabrum from the wall of the room on Fresno Street where the inspector was found dead. The top of one of the candles appears to have been blown off. Oh my god. Alright. Let's check the evidence. Alright. I guess we'll check the candles. Okay, this is the only to check. Ah, there are some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here. Do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are very used by criminals in Japan. So I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay. Nothing has been updated. It was just a thing to check. Alright. The candle is already suspicious to you. Yeah, I'm sure the candle is going to be in play. Of course. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look at the things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Oh. We're gonna check the broken glass. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Master Natsume's room, that was totally blocked out with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light. So, you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. What strikes you odd is how the other two are roughly the same length, but the third one is definitely much longer and was blown apart. Yeah. It is very suspicious. Let's see. Anything else? The only thing we haven't looked at. What the? Okay, those are weird. No, so I suppose this is where the victim? That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away and would probably be under Dr. Sife's scalpel by now, if not for what's happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just been seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Hisada-san is so strong, though. She's taken this far better than I am. Is that a freaking red hair Wu Wei? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right here, next to where the body was found, means we have to accept that. Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently, elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. The red hairpiece was entered to the court record. A flame red wig found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Presumably it belonged to Inspector Gregson. Oh boy. Ah. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Yeah. Is there anything else peculiar about this hairpiece? Nope. Nothing suspicious. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Von Zieg's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. The policeman figurine has been entered in the court record. A small and rather endearing model of a British policeman found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Well, aren't you? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Oh! Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? The details of the police figurine has been updated. In the court record, a model of a British policeman found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Giving it a twist causes a key-like shaft to pop out from the base. That's cute. Is there anything else peculiar? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Good question. And now to check for... Nice. Good job doing your chat support. Saw you playing some DuckTales yesterday? Oh, I see she's... Okay. I was just inspecting someone else's channel for a moment. Alright. I'm doing fine, Gargoyle. Yeah, remastered. Remastered is good stuff. I gotta stream that eventually. I did play the NES DuckTales. I also did DuckTales 2 on NES. There's also Game Boy versions of DuckTales and DuckTales 2. I think Game Boy DuckTales 2 is pretty solid. It's almost like the NES one. The thing is, DuckTales and DuckTales 2 on Game Boy, they're basically like altered versions of the NES version. The level designs are different, and the bosses are about the same. They're kind of worth checking out. At least DuckTales 2 on Game Boy. I mean, DuckTales 2 is also cool. But yeah. And now we're going to look for this gun. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Hi, how does this revolver work? The killer's revolver has been entered into the court record. Revolver, the murder weapon that was found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Probably best to avoid handling it. Nice, you have the NES versions. Cool. Alright. We are now going to examine the revolver. Revolver. Awesome. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on things here. Okay, we gotta show the revolver to someone. Oh no, I don't want to point it at chat. Okay. This is a old-looking revolver too, of course. I mean, given the era that we're in. Alright, we have checked this entire room. We should totally show all of this new evidence to Gina. Yep. Okay, Gina, what do you know of any of these evidence that we have found just now? Frame photograph. Okay, she doesn't know about that. We just found it. What about the candelabrum? Oh, of course, she wouldn't know because we just found it. Alright. Do you know anything about the revolver, Gina? Nah, she wouldn't know. Okay. All right. We are totally done in this area. Oh boy. I get to go back to Lord Chief Justice. Lord Chief Justice. Let's see. This place is thick with dust, isn't it? And there's such a chill in here too. Alright. Lord Chief Justice. Lord Chief Justice. Lord Chief Justice. 1st November. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. You've made good time. I did. I took an express train back to London. Oh, I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Kazuma, is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Oh, Kazuma. Ah, your timing is impeccable. Lord Chief Justice. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Von Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to no one. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Von Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. I mean, we've met before. Kazuma. Ah, but of course. You're already acquainted, aren't you? Yeah. Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Oh, snap. Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. I probably should have saw this coming. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Oh my god, from defense attorney to prosecutor? Hi, can I show you this gun? Oh yeah, of course. Anyway, he wouldn't know anything about that. Let's converse with Lord Chief Justice. Tomorrow's trial. Hold on, can I examine? I can. Well, we'll talk to Lord Chief Justice first. Alright. Here goes. Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you could imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people are all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Man. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. Ah! No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Prosecutor Asogi. I can't believe he's a prosecutor. He went from defense attorney to a prosecutor. Ah! So Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. Oh, he's not wearing his headband either. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. Ah, after all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Bernosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh, I hate this. The killer's gun. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you could imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. Well, guess we'll examine Karuma. Kazuma. Yeah, Kazuma. Sorry. Karuma is his sword. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything, including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Renosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama. What? You look, you took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my steed. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow, I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel. What? Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks will never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. What? What? Oh man! This is... There's Baroque, and that must be his brother Clint, and Gregson. Oh my god. My heart. That's... That's Lord Von Zieks and Inspector Gregson. in a photograph that must have been taken some time ago, by the look of it. You know, in that outfit that Baroque is wearing, in my twisted vision, I was seeing Albus from Castlevania, Order of Ecclesia, in a different hairstyle and him smiling. Optical shot! Anyway, and who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Gregson's photograph has been entered to the court record. Gregson's photograph. An old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office, as it was a treasured memory. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Hang on. Oh man. Oh. Just hurry, Rinosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Later, Kazuma, and later, Lord Chief Justice. Meh. In case you haven't all seen by now, I am not liking that Lord Chief Justice male Strongheart's character. I don't know. Dude just looks freaking evil. And I'm guessing he might be the big bad. Nobody say nothing. Anyway, to prison. Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. First November, local prison, cell 1. Lord Von Zeeks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Wow. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Oh. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Ah, well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Yup. Asogi. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget what it was only and let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Masogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. I mean, come on, dude. The Nipponese bane, oh god. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous, in the extreme, to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Oh my god. He was the prosecutor. Or no, the man in charge. Excuse me. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. The, oh my god. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have been. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah, and of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your, ob- your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical, but for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it, and I could understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Nah, Inspector Gregson? Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? He did. I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh, The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is it that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh, and I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. What really went on between Lord... What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of the relationship? Your gun. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. Oh, I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Don't joke about that. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nibonese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. And now, I'm going to make him talk. Thank you, Kazuma, for giving me the key item to make Lord Van Zieks talk to me more about the subject. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became it was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Um, is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Clint with a K. The details of Gregson's photographs have been updated. An old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office. The person on the left is Lord Clint Van Zieks. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone cold reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks, from the very first time we clashed in the Bailey, almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I clearly wished I could. Here's a loaves and Debonese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asoki. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. It reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back when I was able to laugh, I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. So sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Advocate for me. Of course I will. It will be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. All right, I get to defend Count Dracula in court. Lord Dracula! Cool. This is cool. This is awesome. All right. Now, I'm going to do the first part of the trial. We'll see how far this takes me, and then that's what I'll call it. 2nd November, 8:56 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. Of course. Hang on, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I have returned, everybody. Got my little assistant here. All right. All right. Thank you all for still being here, by the way. I appreciate it. We're gonna do this trial, this part of the trial. Let's see. Oh, what's up? Oh, I just came back. Hey there, Queen Imp. Happy Friday. Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah. I did get back from the restroom. Yes. But yes, hi. All right. Let me get situated again. All right. Here we go. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. You joined right? Well, yeah, yeah. All right, cool. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. No jury? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like in Japan, the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Oh yeah, that too. There was no jury for the professor trial. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, you got your regular hair color back. Mr. Sholmes, have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science. You must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah, what to one man is a little hair problem is to another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. No, I don't. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer here, behind this lawyer there, is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to sorry to barge in. Gina, what's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Oh, father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming students in action. I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oh no. Oh, yes, Gina. Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take it, Mom? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was, what? Everyone says it was, what? What killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it wasn't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him, who killed the boss, then God help him. Oh, fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto, get whoever did this for the boss. Oh. Oh, Gina, I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. All right, then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. All right. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. Oh man, all that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Wow. This is so well written too. 2nd November, 9:20 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Here we go, everybody. Oh my god. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks. Man. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... but I never pictured it happening like this. Me either. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. Ooh, thank you. Fries and a drink, awesome. Thank you. Awesome, I appreciate it. Ooh, fries from McDonald's. Awesome. Alright. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? Yeah, how? The burden of all arbitration and abjuration falls on my shoulders. Wow. That's a big, heavy... It almost sounds like a heavy burden, but yeah. Arbitration. That is. Therefore, as you will see, the judge's bench shall remain vacant today. Wow! No jury? If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my. This is a very unusual trial, already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings, on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Hey, yes, we are from Japan. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma, very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. Whoa, that's a big scroll. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses in the street outside heard a gunshot, and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. Oh boy. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. No. That's unfortunate. That really is freaking unfortunate, man. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Of course! Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. Yep, I learned that from the previous games. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into court record. Inspector Gregson's autopsy report stating that death was instant, resulting from a bullet shot at close range. Hang on, I want to check the autopsy report. Name. The coroner is Maria Gorey. Ugh. Victim, name Tobias Gregson, male, age 45, nationality British, time of death. Cause of death. Wait, the time of death isn't displayed here. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the Justiciary. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. The crime scene floor plan has been entered in the court record. Crime scene floor plan. A plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street, where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found. Oh, Gregson, please. All right. Is this Fresno Street room? Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Good question. Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. Sir, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, Counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zieks. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening thesis. Precis. Please. Press C. My bad, it's press C. That word tripped me up last time, I remember. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening précis. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Or, I want to, I almost kind of want to believe that, but at the same time, a lot of people have been speculating that he might be an Edgeworth's descendant. And also, it is a nice little comparison, because Simon Blackwell, he had that whole Victorian thing going for him too. The whole British Victorian type thing. And man, honestly, if I can come up with some like cockamamie plot of time travel, I just want I want this entire cast to be the current cast just because. Because you know what's sad? It's just sad to know that a century later, all of these characters are freaking dead. I didn't mean to say it like that, but you know. Kazuma might be Edgeworks? I don't know. Like, Kazuma's role? I always felt like I remember the first game, Kazuma, you know, helping out like Renosuke, that almost mirrored Mia Fey with Phoenix, and then oopsie doodle, Kazuma died, Mia Fey died, but there's so many differences. One, okay, Kazuma's freaking alive and well. He didn't freaking die. And although Mia, she may have died, you know, she still came back via spirit channeling. Like, she was still a prominent character. And her legacy still, you know, went beyond. And then Kazuma, yeah, he was a defense attorney, but now he's a prosecutor. Yeah, I see the comparisons. Your formal testimony, then, witness. Witness testimony. The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Huh? Just as I picked up the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open, and I heard a man scream. You don't do that. If you see a firearm, you know, maybe you're wearing gloves. But again, I believe this is the era, of course, where fingerprints can't be submitted as evidence yet. Okay, yeah, he's wearing gloves. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's gotten to Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. No, he's not. He really isn't. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. All right. And now we get to cross-examine Count Dracula. So, that's Lord Von Zeke's account. Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, mainly that it really doesn't ring true in all sorts of ways. Who fired the gun if there was nobody else there? And how did the corpse just appear in front of him? So, you think Lord Von Zeeks is lying? No, I don't think that. I mean, if he was going to lie, I would expect him to have come up with a more credible story. Wouldn't you? Yes, I completely agree. I think he generally doesn't know what really happened himself. So we must do what we can to fill in the gaps. Yes, first and foremost, we need more information. All right. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries has led me to that address.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry. I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. Oh. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. Okay, Japanese law. Early law. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Von Zieks? Okay. Everywhere. I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the courts why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ah, why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There is no light outside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. I remember the lamp. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot and spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh, without a doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. Yeah, and you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. You're still wearing gloves. Your print's gonna be on them. Just saying. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is a gun that was fired? That was fired. Willest, I would like to oblige you with an answer. I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Ugh. Just as I picked up, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They're all giving statements saying they heard the gunshot. Hold on, everybody. Let me check a little something. Okay. Continuing. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. Oh no. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. Yeah, right? The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
Poor Gregsy. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how this body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Azuma objects. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Baroque Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. Oh, new music. What? What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible, as proven by this Candelabra. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. Oh wow, it's like a variation of his theme. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all the three candles together. Which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah, that's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles could still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabra. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Uh-oh. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Hi, Action Dan. I did the second half of Case 3 in 12 hours. Oopsie doodle. Also, you can still check my VOD for my reactions if you want, or my YouTube channel, whichever. But yeah, I was blown away. I was blown away by Case 3. Not only by the length of it, but what's transpired. And one of my viewers, Ashton Du, was like, it's all gonna go up from here, and it is going up from here. I'm surprised Kazuma's even freaking alive. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. Yep. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baroque von Zieks. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Oh snap. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed, as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? No. He couldn't kill Gregson. I'm so devastated by Gregson's death, by the way, still. Order! 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 Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baruch von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to this country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. Yeah, actually, Dan, Suki Zero said that earlier too. Like, oh man, if Edgeworth found out that Gumshoe, like, had died, like, or just hypothetically speaking, and God forbid that better not be a thing if they ever do come out with a new Ace Attorney, don't kill off Gumshoe, there will be riots in the streets, blood will rain. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. We'll play some other legally distinct Ace Attorney games that are out there. One that caught my eye that I would like to get soon is a Tyrian Cuthbert, something like that. Tyrian Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. That looks kind of cool. I had my eye on that particular game. Yeah, hold on, actually, Dan. Check this out. Dude, you just take a look at like one or two screenshots. It's so legally distinct, it hurts. Or does it hurt? Or be abused? But anyway, yeah. Yeah, that game looks really interesting to me. I would like to obtain it at some point. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Hazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. Heavily inspired. Ooh, more fries? Thank you. I love. I am being showered with more McDonald's fries to consume later. Hazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court. You will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. The notice board has been entered into the court record. Freestanding notice board, completely covered in notes and articles relating to victims of the Reaper of the Belly. Let me take a look at that. I want to look at it. Oh my god, there's so many notes. Anyway, there are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece in the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Okay, What about behind? Bloodstain. A bloody handprint? Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look. Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Yeah. Oh dear, how disturbing. I got to update it. The details of the notice board have been updated. A freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper. There is a bloody handprint on the backside. A bloody handprint. No, it's really bloody. Man, I really love it's so satisfying. Again, I've said this before. It has been so satisfying examining all of the evidence in the previous game and this game. All right. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Oh boy. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendants may step down from the witnesses stand. So, my lord. The bow in this perspective. What, we got Little Red Riding Hood. Wait, is it Beppo? For the first game? Beppo! So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of Oz. Is this Little Red Riding Hood? We're just free and easy. Sell what we like. Live where we want to live. Oh no, it's BB Hood from Darkstalkers. Valletta. I could give them all a vacant stare as they will walk down Fresno and spit a few words into a bus for them. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares in the street? Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits for passerbys. You know, gossip. Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smash for you, sir. Right up your giddo, it is. 6 pence is the price, and not a penny less. Hang on. A narrow passageway, alley, or pedestrian shortcut between buildings, particularly between terraced houses. Okay, that's what Giddo is. Those lips, though. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Hey! Hey! Alright. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slade Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip. Ain't it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Oh my god, yeah. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by? What do you sell? Me, Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? Venus. But I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. What? Oh my god. 6 pence a pop. What do you say? You were exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Bad. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. I agree, Judge. What do you say then? Eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Oh, lady, hi. I'm a time traveler. See, that actually did happen. Case 1 in Dual Destinies. Moving on. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. All right. I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra, just for you. A Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. What? The Venus firecracker has been entered into the court record. Venus special firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of a bang could it make? Venus. Hang on. We need to investigate it. We need to examine it. Oh my god. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... Oh, boom! I'm glad I see it. Details of the Venus firecracker have been updated in court record. Venus special firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. It goes off like a gunshot. Uh-oh! I am, again, like I said, I love examining the evidence in this game. And the last witness, what name do you go by, and what do you sell? You must think on me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observerator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich, and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything? Problem, Shad. There's a problem had, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. His name is Sandwich now. I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. We sure do. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime. Will I be beggared? I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. Hang on. Azuma Asogi, my best friend who I had believed to be dead. He lost his memory somehow, but has now materialized as a prosecutor in the British courts. Gossip, a peddler, plying his trade on Fresno Street. He seems to be he seems to make his money selling interesting items of news to passerbys. Venus, a peddler plying her trade on Fresno Street. She seems to make her money selling meager little fireworks to children. Sandwich, a mysterious signpost that can be found on Fresno Street. He looks somewhat familiar somehow. It's Beppo. It's freaking Beppo. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is all. What I think is all what we see is light and shadow are playing with our eyes. Is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you'd witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Witness testimony, yay! Here we go, everybody. The witness's account. Alright. We saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death me, so I ran off to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Baroque von Ziegs. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Alright. Here we go. The witness's account. Here we go. Here we go. This is awesome. Alright. I want to pursue for funsies real quick. I want that flavor text.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Well, Miss Venus, what do you say? I say that'll be 600 pennies. Sorry. That's my banter on the street whenever anyone comes along. Well, this isn't Fresno Street. Tisk, Liza. Oh my. Alright. I want to pursue, Sandwich.
Hold it!
I'm gonna pursue the Sandwich. Whose name is Beppo. I remember has Beppo. That's a fun little name, Beppo.
Excuse me.
Mr. Sandwich, do you perhaps have something else to... Do you have something... Do you perhaps have something to fill us in with? Well, a wise philosopher once said that the people are nothing more than mindless signposts. Sorry. Which means that signposts are nothing more than mindless people, if you think about it. Perhaps mind less about philosophy and mind more about the proceedings. Okay, I want to pursue,
Hold it!
what's his face? Gossip. Let's pursue Gossip, everybody.
Excuse me.
Mr. Gossip, do you have something to say? I do as it happens, your timing's perfect. I've just got wind of a juicy tale that'll be right up your stickin'. You don't want to let this one slip by, I tell ya. Like 6 pence is all I ask. Maybe I should try Prosecutor Asogi instead. I don't want your gossip, Renosuke Naruhodo. Hey! Okay. If I can't find any holes in this testimony, I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Von Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of those three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know. What do I know? Is that there's more to this case that has yet to be brought to light. Okay, we saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in the building.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing, it was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that? Does it? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, Chom? He was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. No. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. Oh no. And a red hairpiece. Ah. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, counsel. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print of the victim, Inspector Gregson. His body appears to be his body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Oh my god. The blood. And I'm only guessing. I wonder if it was planted. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it has just disappeared? What? Do you expect those to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the back. We definitely saw him in the dock going in. No question about that. That was a long, pressing of the first statement. That's alright. And we got evidence out of it. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all had a big bang.
Hold it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang, it went, just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. A fait accompli. Fait accompli? Fait accompli. A done deal. Okay. Fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct? Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs are that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great bandit you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? He was. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street, and the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Von Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall, the next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Baruch Von Zieks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Beppo Sandwich is reacting, but I'll get to him in a moment. I want to read all the text. And was there anyone else in the room at the time? No, of course not. Not at first. But then this old stiff came waddling along behind me, of course. Only him, mind. I can't handle stairs so well, so you can imagine, especially on the way up. And you couldn't have just failed to see someone? It was a bit dingy in there, I grant you. But there were the candles on the wall and the lamp on the table. There was nowhere anyone could have been hiding. Mark my eyes. Ugh. Mark your eyes. I was scared of half to death, me, so I ran off to find a kappa.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends? I'm not that sort of girl. No. Sorry. I'm a timid little thing. Me. I was too scared to go in there. Ah, right. I see. Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream. Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it. I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when you went to find a policeman. And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned into the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in his testimony, I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is, though, yeah. Alright, we're gonna pursue Sandwich. Beppo. Excuse me.
Excuse me!
Excuse me, Sandwich. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head, I am. Just two slices with no middle. That's a sad sandwich. So I don't know what you would want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. Well, what I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. Oh no. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did, screamed, then scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Slippery floor. I planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. And don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. I happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared. So I slipped over. We could keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. Yes. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Kazuma's saying silent. He's staying silent. All right. Here we go. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Hold it!
Huh? You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, he wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And he might have thought I'd done it. No time. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Yes. Don't make such a fuss. That's a message from all of us. Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all. Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood. I wonder, could it be what could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. And we have. So this has got to be the contradiction. And earlier, we did find blood, a bloody handprint on the backside of a notice board.
Objection!
That felt good. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations because they're not that good at their job. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Asogi, yeah. Sit down, shut up, and listen. Certainly, there was no bloody handprints found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh, ah, ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably, a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Aye, you're dead right. That's my red hand. I know it anywhere. Wow, he recognizes his own handprint.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Yeah, he mistook it for the notice board. Any handprints in the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. Boom. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. Yeah, we know. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position. Yep. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. Yeah. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definitive contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprints found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... It will be... Ah. It's definitely not false testimony. And it most definitely is not another handprint, because he said it was his own handprint. It was the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. Yeah. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
Huh? You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the courts who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? It would be... Hang on. Let me save just in case. It would be... Okay, it's not over there. It will be to the right of the doorway, I believe.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Ah. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Why... If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the lights from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Oh. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ah. Ooh. Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Well, witness testimony. The mystery of the moving board. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business for some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what's happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's but what I think. Do you, really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. Oh my god, it's a freaking vengeful nemesis. How the hell are you doing, man? You saw this is case 4. How did I enjoy case 3? Dude, let me tell you. So, I did separate the case into 2 parts. So, I was doing investigation part 1, and I was in the middle of trial 1. I had to cut it short because I didn't want to miss my watch group of X-Men 97. And then on the next day, I'm like, I'm going to finish off the rest of the case. And I'm like, okay. I was near the end of trial 1. Then I went to trial 2, and I'm like, oh, another investigation? No worries. And then trial 3 and trial 4 happened, and I'm like, oh my god. It kept on snowballing, and oh my god, that everything, man, the everything of the 10 years ago case, um, Courtney Scythe, um, Drebber, Enoch Drebber, man, and and then the reveals, like this dude, he apparently didn't die. Like, I'm glad he's not dead, but now he's back because reasons, and oh, he's a prosecutor and this and that and the everything, man. I've been freaking loving this Venge. People had said that, you know, the second game of Great Ace, like yeah, Great Ace Attorney Adventures, it was good, yes. And that ending definitely got me curious, you know, at the end of Case 5. And now that I'm here at Resolve, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, I have been loving it, man. And yeah, Case 3, I was like, oh my god! My reactions, man, my reactions. I was just like, whoa, this is happening. Like, oh my god. But yeah, man, I've been loving this. Drebber was the perfect red herring for that case. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I was like, it had to be Drebber. I'm like, oh. And then suddenly, hey, Courtney Scythe, hi. And then, oh, that happened. And then that thing with Asmon. Oh. Great Ace Attorney 1 was just a setup for that game. Case 2 of this game was a good example because Case 4 of the first game was a setup for the memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. That was insane. In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baruch von Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witness despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel. Got freaking Little Red Riding Hood, this dude, and Beppo, whose name is Sandwich now. I remember you as Beppo. The mystery of the moving board. Alright. Hang on. I want that flavor text. That sweet, sweet flavor text. Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track. I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Alright. Here we go. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it. That's all.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No. I imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? No. Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. and there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. Ugh. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point. Yes. So it would seem. So it would seem. Well, don't look at me. I haven't gotten a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the priority school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. No! Ah. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Wow. Selling firecrackers and becoming a tattletale? Oh, you have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off him. It's called a snitch, yeah. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a way to hustle kids! What a racket. I agree. Course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Yeah, dude! I know actually, that's what I'm saying! Well, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing, really. If I'm ever so good at it. Oh! Beppo is reacting. Or, excuse me, sandwich. Beppo sandwich. I'll get to Beppo in a moment. I just want more text to read. And more information. Oh, scary. The important point is, you didn't go inside the room where the inspector was killed. Isn't that right? Definitely not. Wouldn't I dream of it, would I? I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. It's just a sign at the crossroads of life.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? Did you not notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, well, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. You know what? I can forego the pizza. I'm loving all of this. I'm getting so much fries tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll save it for next week, honestly. Yeah! No, it's fine. Thank you, Mom. And I think my niece too. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're homo. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sidians. I'm gonna screen cap this for myself. I already screen capped the different hair colors of Herlock Sholmes. Homo sapiens! Oh my gosh. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell us that you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You could see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever notice. I'll tell you one thing for free though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry. Well, I was that scared. I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Oi, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I could have missed it if he heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams? What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died. But when we heard the gunshot.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice boards fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed in a way, because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose. Whoa. And the prosecution to win. Ooh. We're finding out the truth here. It's not about wins or losses. Phoenix learned that the hard way, a good lesson. Case for justice for all. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story, it may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Alright, we are now going to pursue Sandwich again.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Hmm? Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. But would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. So, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. Oh no. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. Oh my god, you're a sadist. You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. Shh, this is just Baby Hood Boletta in another universe. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Oh, the blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs, but behind him too. That's right, that rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? Wow, where she lights that match. What did I tell you, eh? Ah, I said I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firework crackers packed such a punch? So you had indeed visited the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief! Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord. Of course. Yeah. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Really? Let us press this statement.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. All right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about. Right, now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits to loose change is all I add. The truth, please. Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, didn't it? Whoa, you daft barnbot. Barnpot? Northern English Scottish slang term for a foolish, eccentric, or crazy person. Similar to words like crackpot or idiot. Wow. I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky in my imagination. The truth, now! Kazuma's not having it. He wants that truth. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. Pocket watch. I wonder. I don't want to jump too ahead. I'm talking out loud. I wonder if that might have belonged to Asmund, because I remember they did find a broken pocket watch on him. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much, if you ask. Ah, so it was you, was it? You're the one what took it? Oh, snap. Gina? Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch. That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case solved 10 years ago. Oh, wait. That might have not been Asmund then. The Professor case, no doubt. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off, and once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him. That watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. Huh? It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Oh, I knew I should have lifted it. Oh, Gina. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done. How about no? Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby bits on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken. Oh. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. Oh, man. I know, Action Dan. It was so gut-wrenching. Got a proper mentor, parental figure, and yeah, I did not expect Gregson to die. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Gregson's pocket watch has been entered into the court record. Gregson's pocket watch. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. It's no longer ticking, and the glass over the face is cracked. Hold on. Hold on, Judge. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Looked. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. I mean, he was filling in as a wax model, but details, who needs them? Okay. Oh! Oh, there's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look, I suppose it must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of those watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Okay, now let's check underneath. Ooh. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, it's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Yeah, oh, I don't know, like this key right here. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled, almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? This has gotta be. Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Dude, it's gotta be for the freaking watch. Mrs. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Greggson's watch? Yes. Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. Let's. There's not a moment to lose. Yes. Because I'm like, oh yeah, we have a key. I knew it! A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, but that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch is actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. The details of Gregson pocket watch has been updated. Awesome. The court record. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. Having wound it up, it's starting ticking again. Man. Okay. Alright. We're good. Back to the judge now. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Alright. We got a whole lot of... Okay, the testimony was already amended. And... Okay. Now I gotta think now. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Sorry about that, everybody. Hang on. All right, hold on. Okay, we got the pocket watch. We found the keyhole. We inspected the figurine. Yeah, and it got updated. Okay, hang on. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Now let me check the evidence over again. I'm just going to take a look at the evidence. The time of death is still not listed on the autopsy report, though. Hmm. This has got to be it.
Objection!
It was. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh, at the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? What? Order! 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 About counsel. The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the three witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that obviously when this crime was committed. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing up and winding it. It meant the world to him. That watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, How do you explain that? How do you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Oh. Oh man, what a way to connect the dots. Oda, Oda, Kelso. That is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Uh-oh, Kazuma. Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Ah, well, on that subject, that is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. Yeah, because I was gonna say, when I first saw the autopsy report, the time wasn't listed. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty green puddle of blood. Hold up. I planted my hand in a dirty, great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he? Yes.
Objection!
He's pretty damn good at what he does. But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been... Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Oh my god. He called him learned friend. Ah. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Huh? We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct, it is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Ugh. It's certainly a possibility that it was the inspector's blood at all. Ugh.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms a possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his little livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, Kelso. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with the firecracker. The Venus firecracker.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. And it's a good thing I had already pre-examined the firecracker too. Good gracious. The very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. Bang! As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Yeah. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to fear. um, on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baroque von Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See, it's why people like him. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Previous case. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. Ah, no, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? Ah. Well, I'm going to examine the candelabrum one more time. This might be it. Hang on. Ah, there are some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are very used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. So here's the thing. We know that when a gun is shot at point blank range, it would cause scorch marks. However, I remember the detail that Gregson, well, he was shot point blank, but was he by the candle though? This might be it though.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been thrown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ah! Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How could that be, eh? The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. The candles, hello Zulfar, after the killer had left the scene. The candle slowly burnt down along with the other two until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Uno momento. Zofar, I hope you have been well. I hope you're. I know you've been taking a break. I did seeing your announcement, and I hope it has been doing a whole world of good for you. Because let me tell you, it is okay to take a break. No, that's good, man. And then I know. Hopefully, after your break is over, you'll get whatever is inspiring you. Some stroke of inspiration will come to you, and hopefully you will enjoy what you want to enjoy of whatever it is that you'll be streaming, of whatever that may to be. And we will all be there whenever you go live, whenever that notification of when you go live, we will be there. I know, man, between, stream and work and other things, just other things. Yeah, it can be very taxing on one's, you know, well-being. So yeah, big hug to you, Zofar, squish, and for Zoe. For, and I hope Zoe has been doing well too, Zofar. Good. Love to see Zoe, even in emote form. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Ellipses. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot! I agree. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier, that we'd been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, now just hold your horses. All us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Ah? Oh yeah. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? Whoosh, hi. It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh my god. Why are you laughing? Oh, very impressive, Renosuke. Needle. Oh, very impressive, Renosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Come along, Bush. Oda! 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 Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death, based on the victim's stopped watch, is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Oh, I want to see what Astro Dude posted. The development of the Great Ace Attorney 1 was long and difficult due to all of the new approaches to the plot and game mechanics. The plot in particular took more effort than Takumi had anticipated, and he wanted to make a series that could compete with the original trilogy in terms of quality. The game script was huge and changed drastically multiple times before being finalized in April of 2015, with much of the content having to be split off and eventually be used in a sequel. Wow, that makes so much sense. Like, it's like sensible, reasonable too. Yes. Wow. What was Inspector Gregson doing? And where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard. Welcome to Turnabout Goodbyes 2.0. Yeah. Even within the yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. You heard that this was intended to be a trilogy itself. You didn't know where you saw it, but what you read was that Case 3 of this game was meant to be Case 5 of the second game of intended trilogy. Again, you don't recall the source, so take it with a grain of salt. But it would make sense given how much of a roller coaster Case 3 was. Yeah. Let's see. The case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Yeah, this has gotta be it. But yeah, something about the Red-Headed League.
Take that!
I believe this red hair piece points to the answer. Right. Hang on, everybody. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure things are good. Good. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. You can see why they decided to end at 2 games. Keep everything strong, but man, you do kind of wish we got a full trilogy of this, bro. I'm not even done with I'm just saying, I'm not even done with this second game yet, and I just want to stay. I would agree with that statement, man. I would agree with that statement and opinion, words, whatnot. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except that is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. Worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is this such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Please tell me that was a reference. The Extraordinary League of Gentlemen. Like that one movie. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Yeah, I remember they were introduced in the investigation. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us to at least. Prosecution? The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. Cool bow. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30 minutes recess. Court is adjourned. Ooh, I'm gonna go down the slide. I'm gonna go down. We're gonna play the swing set, play the merry-go-round. Maybe play in the sandbox. No. I'll skip the monkey bars. I remember getting blisters. To be continued. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a book series of that, wasn't it? Hold up. The League Restoring Gentlemen is originally a comic book series from '99. Awesome. All right. Okay, everybody, I'm going to save it right here. And I'm unfortunately going to have to call the stream. This is where I wanted to stop. All right, good. Because, yeah, I am pacing myself. And I've paced myself well enough. All right, we're going to exit the game. I'll do another safety save while I exit. Awesome. Okay, everybody. I am going to be back this Sunday. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be chilling. I'm going to be joining with the Watch group, hopefully to finish off Rocco's Modern Life. And I will watch the TV special, the Netflix one. And yeah, holy crap. This case has been, I can't wait. Oh my. I'm fine. Let's see. Okay. Um, let me find raid targets. I found raid targets. Okay, everybody. Everyone, I'm going to hold on out to Pranzo, and I'm going to eat a lot of fries from McDonald's. Okay, everybody. So I will be back this Sunday to finish off case 4. So here's the timeline. Okay, Saturday I'm chilling, not gonna stream. Sunday I'm gonna come back and finish off case 4. Monday I'll be splitting up the final case. Yeah, I'll split it up to 2 parts. So next Tuesday I'm gonna finish off this game, and oh my gosh, I cannot wait. This game, holy crap, this game has been awesome. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I waited. I'm so happy because I'm sharing like my first time reaction to this game, just like I did last month of the first game. All right, everyone, I'm gonna get on out of here. I hope you all have a good Friday. I'm gonna raid on out to Pronzo. He's playing some marbles. So before I head on out, I have so many people to thank. Everybody, I would like to thank the following. I would like to thank Viper Snake, Chuckman, Master Remastered, Fabio, Suki Zero, Gargoyle Gamer, Gweed Imp, Action Dan, Vengeful Nemesis, Venge, good to see you, man. Zophar, thank you very much for coming by, and I hope you're doing well. I mean, you said you were doing well, but keep doing more well. Everybody, this goes for all of you. And Astro Dude, thank you. And thank you for the trivia as always, Astro Dude. Thank you. And helping me with words to pronounce correctly as well. All right, let me bust out Pursuit. Um, Corner Variation Pursuit. I like that one. Okay, carry, buddy. Hold on, please. There we go. All right. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace. I'll see you all in court this Sunday. Oh my God, man. Yeah, fries. So much fries. Heck yeah. Ah, man. Love this game. Love this series. So freaking good. Heck yeah.